Yeah, and to leave here. Now, I know, and they said Meadows is proximate.
We know.
Katie, do you need TA on Mr. Meadows?
Let's just do the Senate bill.
Yeah.
We can start with the Senate bill.
I just texted Mark, and
We
so
can,
hopefully he's on
here,
his way.
when Mike- I will.
The committee will come to order, and without objection, the chair is authorized to declare a recess of the committee at any time.
Clean tab.
Okay. This one. Now pursuant to notice, I call up S 375, the Payment Integrity Information Act. The clerk will report the resolution, which was distributed in advance.
S375, the Payment Integrity Information Act of 2019.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to strike the last word on the bill. The Payment Integrity Information Act was introduced by Senators Tom Carper and Ron Johnson and has passed the Senate by unanimous consent. Improper payments include overpayments, underpayments, payments to the incorrect recipient, and those that lack proper documentation. They are a long-standing and significant problem in the federal government. In fiscal year 2018 alone, they totaled more than $151 billion. Congress has praised and passed a number of laws over the past 2 decades to try to address this problem, yet clearly it persists. The bill would consolidate the existing improper payment laws in one place in the U.S. Code and make several changes to help identify and reduce improper payments. The bill would require agencies to develop plans to prevent improper payments and identify programs with the highest risk. It also would require the Office of Management and Budget and Inspectors General to issue guidance to agencies on how to improve annual reporting on improper payments. Finally, the bill would create a working group of federal agencies and non-federal partners to develop strategies for addressing key causes of improper payments, such as fraud and eligibility determinations in state-managed federal benefits programs. I urge my colleagues to support this important measure to reduce waste and fraud in federal programs. And who seeks recognition? Okay.
Madam Chair.
I recognize the ranking member.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Congress first established the requirement for agencies to estimate improper payments under the Improper Payments Information Act of 2002. Cumulatively, agencies have reported more than $1.5 trillion in improper payments. Last year alone, federal agencies estimated that they issued $175 billion in improper payments. Since the law in 2002, Congress has passed multiple other improper payment laws that layer upon the original structure. The incremental approach to updating improper payment laws allowed for consistent legislative progress, but created a somewhat disorganized legal framework. Senate Bill 375 merges Congress's earlier work into a single chapter of the United States Code. This bill will provide a strong platform for future improper payments reform legislation, and I would urge that we all support the legislation. With that, I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition? The gentleman is recognized. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. The gentleman is recognized.
Just briefly, thank you, Madam Chairman. You know, I remember our former Republican colleague who chaired the subcommittee that looked at improper payments over 10 years ago, and we haven't made the kind of progress we really should have in that 10-year period. And I appreciate the remarks, both of yourself, Madam Chairman, and the ranking member, and I know the ranking member, I think, would agree. Part of this problem can be addressed as we modernize federal IT. When we upgrade the capability of federal agencies to be able technologically to better account for payments and receipts and flows of revenue coming in and fraud, we can reduce this number. It remains really problematic that we're still at roughly $150 billion a year plus in improper payments, about a third of which is Medicare fraud, and that needs to be addressed by U.S. attorneys' offices, as well as, of course, the relevant federal agencies. So I really am glad we're taking up this bill, and I know, Madam Chairman, working with you and the ranking member, we will make more progress on this committee in addressing this nettlesome problem. Thank you.
Does anyone else seek recognition? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on ordering the legislation reported favorably to the House. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. I'd now like to speak out of order in order to welcome our two new committee members, Congresswoman Katie Porter of California and Congresswoman Deborah Haaland of New Mexico. I also want to note that with their addition to our roster, that will make a total of 14 women on the committee, which is the most women that have ever served on this committee. It is twice as many women as there were serving in this committee last year. The first women who served on our predecessor committee are three women who served on government operations back in the 83rd Congress, which is in 1949 and 1950s. Those pioneering women were Margarita Church, Cecile Murray Hardin, and Catherine Price Collier St. George. And I would now like to introduce our two newest colleagues to join this proud and growing female COR contingent. Congresswoman Katie Porter represents Orange County, California's 45th District. She has made it a priority in Washington to ask tough questions of corporate CEOs and administration officials to hold them accountable to the American people. As a single mother, she knows firsthand about the challenges faced by working families and always puts everyday Americans above special interest. Before coming to Congress, she spent nearly 2 decades taking on special interests that dominate American politics, including as California's independent watchdog against the banks and as a consumer finance expert who helped Congress pass protections from abusive credit card fees in 2009. I know from personal experience, she came to a hearing of mine years ago on credit card fraud as an expert witness from California and one of the universities. So welcome. Congresswoman Deb Haaland serves New Mexico's 1st Congressional District with Albuquerque as its core. She is a 35th generation New Mexican, a single mom, and an organizer. She has used food stamps and experienced homelessness, and she knows the struggles of New Mexico families. She went to college and law school at the University of New Mexico, and she is still paying off her student loans like so many in our country. In Congress, she is fighting against climate change and for renewable energy jobs. As Vice Chair of the House Natural Resources Committee, she is a powerful supporter of military personnel, families, and veterans on House Armed Services Committee. And she continues to advocate for dignity, respect, and equality for all. She serves as a Vice Chair of the Democratic Women's Caucus, Co-Chair of the Native American Caucus, and Vice Chair of the Majority Leaders Task Force on Poverty and Opportunity, where she serves as the Vice Chair on Families, Children Living in Poverty. We are grateful to have our new Vice, and we are going to have a Vice Chairman who will arrive soon. So I would like to welcome these two new members. I also want to say that Deb is the first Native American ever to serve in Congress, I believe. And so we have a series of firsts and new energy on the committee. Welcome. All right. Now,
Mr. Jordan, would you like to say?
would you like to say anything to?
Well, I would just, thank you, Madam Chair. I would just welcome as well Ms. Porter, Ms. Holland, to, I think, the best committee in Congress. We're glad to have you and look forward to working together.
Great. Okay. Moving. Now pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 5214, the Representative Payee Fraud Prevention Act. The clerk will report the resolution, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 5214, the Representative Payee Fraud Prevention Act of 2019.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Copies of the amendment have already been distributed and are on the dais. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 5214, offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. I strongly support this bill and recognize Congresswoman Tlaib to further explain this important bill.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. This is a bipartisan bill that I've worked with Congressman Mark Meadows on to create statutory penalties for fraud committed by representative payees and provides a way for federal prosecutors to protect one of the most vulnerable populations for federal employees. For some of my colleagues that might not know, if a federal retiree receiving retirement benefits from either our civil service retirement system or the federal employees retirement system cannot manage his or her finances for any reason, our Office of Personnel Management, OPM, can instead make payments to a representative payee who acts on behalf of the retiree. We have approximately about 12,500 representative payees that are now registered with OPM. And increasingly, the Office of Inspector General has encountered cases where the representative payee is stealing retirement benefits intended for a retiree and using those funds for personal use. What federal prosecutors want is to make this a federal crime and be able to, it will make it easier for some of our prosecutors to pursue this as a federal felony. There are similar protections, this is not new, in place for benefits made for Department of Veteran Affairs. However, there are currently no protection for retirees, similar protections for retirees for OPM administrative programs. And so I just ask my colleagues to help protect many of these folks that don't deserve to be defrauded, and hope that you all will support this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield.
Mr. Chair.
The gentleman, I recognize Mr. Heiss to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And really, I'm speaking here in behalf of Mark Meadows, who is unable to be here right now. He's tied up with a lot of other things. But in his behalf, he has a statement that I would like to read. He says, a representative payee is a person who receives and manages benefits on behalf of another person who is not fully capable of managing their own benefits. Mental illness, disability, or long-term illness are just a few examples of situations that could require a representative payee to step in and manage the financial resources of another. A representative payee has a duty to use financial benefits to assist with the care and well-being of the intended beneficiary. I was shocked when I learned that it is not a crime for a representative payee to commit financial fraud against an incapacitated federal employee. I know under Social Security Act that it is a crime to commit financial fraud against a person who received Social Security benefits. Every now and then I see news articles in my local papers about the Department of Justice bringing a criminal case against a representative payee for defrauding the Social Security program and the Social Security beneficiary. I had always assumed this type of financial abuse of retired federal employees was also a crime, but right now, under Title V, it is not. H.R. 5214 rectifies this error. First and foremost, H.R. 5214 to make payments to representative payees who have been appointed by a court or by the Office of Personnel Management to make financial decisions for another person. While OPM has established a representative payee program, this simple change fully codifies OPM's ability to transfer benefits to a representative payee. Additionally, H.R. 5214 fully establishes that embezzlement of money as a representative payee constitutes a crime and is subject to criminal fines and up to 5 years in prison. Retired federal employees must have confidence that if they are no longer able to manage their financial affairs, that they are protected if their representative payee takes advantage of the benefits. And I would just say, personally, I was not aware of all this either, and I'm very grateful to both sides for addressing this issue. And I would join with my friend Mark Meadows in urging passage of this bill, and I yield back with that.
Mr. Chairman,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
question. What constitutes somebody who can't manage their affairs, and who would determine that?
I yield to Ms. Tlaib.
Does the gentleman yield? I'm trying to follow procedures. I understand OPM's retirement, they make some of those decisions. I'm not sure exactly how, if it's through the courts, I'm not sure. I can double check for you and get folks to come over. But I know like a retiree in Pennsylvania, for instance, had a mental health problems, was abused by the representative payee. Another person who's disabled adult beneficiary here in Washington, D.C., was assigned a representative payee as well. But I think there is a process that folks go through in regards to that. Again, it's about 12,500 folks that, so it's not, millions or anything like that. So I think it has to be pretty unique, special cases where payee is assigned.
Okay, so it goes through a process. In other words, if I think somebody's being taken advantage of, you can report them and I guess get somebody to take over the management.
Yeah, the way it says retirees receiving OPM benefits cannot manage their finances, need the same, so it's just if they can't manage their finances and make those kinds of decisions. Again, I can ask committee staff to verify who would what the process actually looks like to be assigned a payee.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman yields out back. Does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does the gentlelady seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
The gentlelady is recognized.
In response to the question, this is an area of challenge in a lot of different programs about when somebody is incapacitated and how we transfer authority to a designee. And I would be very interested in working across the aisle to try to understand how we prevent senior fraud. But the challenge and the problem that I think this bill addresses successfully is when that designation is made. It's often when a senior is fairly isolated, does not have family living close by, and the representative payee is very often a caregiver. And so there is the potential, because the senior is incapacitated, or the person is incapacitated, to not be able to know if they're being defrauded. So I think this is a problem we see across different federal programs. And it is a challenge to come up with the right standard to put in place to have a designated payee. But when we do see this financial fraud occur, and it does occur across lots of different programs, and it is something I would be very interested in working to try to prevent in the first instance. But what this bill does is on the back end, when it's happened, and when a senior is being financially, or an incapacitated person is being defrauded, we're able to hold that criminal to justice. I yield back.
I now recognize myself to strike the last word, and I thank Representative Tlaib and Ranking Member Meadows for introducing this common sense bipartisan legislation. The bill would improve the protections of recipients of federal pensions from caretakers who embezzle or convert pension funds for their own use instead of the retirees. This closes a loophole in federal law to bring the treatment of federal retirees into conformity with Social Security beneficiaries. I urge passage of this measure and encourage my colleagues to support it. Does anyone else seek recognition? Okay. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on adoption of the substitute amendment offered by the chairwoman. All of those in favor would signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chairs, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Okay. Now pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3941, the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program Authorization Act. The clerk will report the resolution, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3941, the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program Authorization Act.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Copies of the amendment have already been distributed and are on the dais. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3941, offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as a base text for purpose of amendment. I now recognize Chairman Conley to explain his important legislation.
I thank you, Madam Chairwoman, for putting the bill on today's markup. Also want to thank my partner, Congressman Meadows, my ranking member in our subcommittee, for co-sponsoring H.R. 3941, the FedRAMP Authorization Act. The legislation would codify the Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program known as FedRAMP, which was established in 2011 to provide a cost-effective, risk-based approach for the adoption and use of cloud computing technologies. It's the program that certifies private entities to provide cloud services to the federal government. Unfortunately, since the program began, cloud service providers have expressed concerns legitimately regarding FedRAMP's efficiency, effectiveness, and transparency. Those stakeholders have noted that the process to become a FedRAMP certified entity can be expensive and time-consuming. What was supposed to be, at most, a 6-month, $250,000 process instead can take years and cost millions of dollars. In June, the administration issued its federal cloud computing strategy called Cloud Smart, which reaffirmed its support for FedRAMP. While acknowledging that the FedRAMP Program Management Office has made improvements and drastically reduced the amount of time it takes to authorize a provider, the policy also notes that there's still a lack of reciprocity across agencies in taking advantage of FedRAMP authorized products. In other words, even though you may go to one window and get certified, if you want to do business with another federal agency, all too often you've got to get certified de novo, starting all over again there. Again, costly and time-consuming. In July, our subcommittee held a hearing to look at what GSA had done right in administrating the program and the ways in which FedRAMP can be improved. The message from agency and industry witnesses was clear. FedRAMP is an important program that, if carried out effectively, would save money for both agencies and businesses hoping to provide services in technology to the federal government. The FedRAMP Authorization Act codifies the program and addresses many of the concerns raised at the July hearing and by the administration. First, the bill reduces duplication of security assessments and other obstacles to agency adoption of cloud products by establishing a presumption of adequacy for cloud technologies that have already received FedRAMP certification elsewhere. This presumption of adequacy means that the cloud service offering has met baseline security standards established by the program and should be considered approved for use across the federal government. The bill would also facilitate agency reuse of cloud technologies that have already received an authorization to operate by requiring agencies to check a centralized and secure repository and, to the extent practicable, reuse any existing security assessment before necessarily conducting their own. The desire to automate aspects of FedRAMP was another key finding from the subcommittee's hearing. The bill requires that GSA work toward automating the process, which will lead to more standard security assessments and continuous monitoring of cloud offerings. The bill establishes the Federal Secure Cloud Advisory Committee to ensure dialogue among GSA, agency cybersecurity and procurement officials, and industry for effective and ongoing coordination. Finally, the bill authorizes the program at $25 million annually, providing sufficient resources to increase the number of secure cloud technologies available for agency adoption. We've worked with the Office of Management and Budget and the Trump administration, GSA, industry stakeholders, and our Republican counterparts to ensure that this bill makes needed improvements in the FedRAMP program. I would like to insert at this point, Madam Chairman, 9 letters from companies and other stakeholders in support of this legislation. Thank you. Cloud computing is the future of technology. The federal government must do better when it comes to acquiring cloud services, because cloud adoption leads to more modernized systems and more secure data. We cannot afford to repeat the siloed processes of the past that have led to spending $90 billion annually, much of it simply maintaining old legacy systems that are inefficient, expensive, and not encryptable. We, however, cannot leverage the potential of cloud computing if the processes to approve them are slower than the speed at which the technology itself advances. I want to thank my Republican counterparts, especially Mr. Meadows, for their cooperation and collaboration on this bill, and I urge adoption. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
And seek recognition.
I'd like to support this and speak on behalf of Mr. Meadows.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and let me just say to Mr. Conley, thank you for your leadership on this. On the past few years, this is a very important issue, and many of us are concerned about this, and we're grateful for your leadership. But again, in behalf of Mr. Meadows, cybersecurity and IT modernization are both vital issues to ensure this government runs efficiently and effectively, and that we may best serve our constituents. The Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program, or FedRAMP, is the main federal program focused on cybersecurity for cloud computing solutions. It provides a process for agencies to follow when procuring cloud systems to ensure the systems meet strict cybersecurity controls. And I think we're all aware that this is more important now than probably ever before. With the Cloud First initiative of 2011 and the Cloud Smart from earlier this year, the government is focused on implementation of cloud technologies. The federal government has been plagued by reoccurring problems in information technologies such as low asset utilization, duplicative systems, and fragmented resources. Shifting to the cloud provides for improved asset utilization, increased innovation, and a more responsive tech environment. These improved efficiencies lead to a significant cost savings. In fiscal year 2018, the government spent roughly $6.5 billion on cloud computing, with 84% coming from FedRAMP authorized providers. FedRAMP worked with over 150 agencies, 220 cloud providers in order to save $250 million. The use of FedRAMP is growing yearly, about 33% a year. It's clearly important that we take advantage of this program and all the benefits it offers. Despite all those benefits, there's always room for improvement. The authorization process can be slow. There's confusion about differing requirements, and there are strategic advantages not being taken advantage of, but I look forward to working on this bill and to continually improve our government's efficiency and security, and I urge my colleagues to support this. Thank you, and I yield back.
I now recognize myself to strike the last word, and I thank very much Representative Conley and Mr. Heiss, who's speaking for our good friend Mr. Meadows, for introducing this legislation. I want to express my sadness, really, that Mr. Meadows is leaving this committee. The Federal Risk and Authorization Management Program Authorization Act would establish FedRAMP at the General Services Administration. FedRAMP is a very important program that aims to protect unclassified federal information held in secure cloud computing environments. FedRAMP would consist of two entities that provide provisional and agency authorizations to cloud service providers who wish to offer their product or service to the federal government. One would be the Joint Authorization Board. The board would consist of experts from multiple federal agencies in cloud computing technology and would provide provisional authorizations to operate within the federal government. The FedRAMP Project Management Office would manage FedRAMP. The office would provide support for agency authorizations of cloud service providers. Any provider wishing to offer cloud products or services to the federal government would be required to obtain FedRAMP authorization. This ensures that there would be a heightened security expectation for any cloud platform that hosts unclassified government data. The Director of the Office of Management and Budget would be required to issue regulations on FedRAMP. The Director would also ensure that agencies comply with FedRAMP and are not using cloud service providers without proper authorization. This bill supports a critical effort to keep our nation's information secure in cloud environments. It's very important. Does anyone else seek recognition? Who seeks recognition? There being no further discussion or amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the substitute amendment offered by the chairwoman. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the name of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill reported to the House with a favorable recommendations. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. Okay. Now pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3883, the Restore the Partnership Act. The clerk will report the resolution, which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 3883, the Restore the Partnership Act.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Copies of the amendment have already been distributed and are on the dais. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3883, offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as base text for purposes of amendment. I strongly support this bill and recognize Mr. Conley to explain his important legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. And thank you for putting this important bill on the markup today. I want to also thank Congressman Rob Bishop of Utah for his work in co-sponsoring and actually producing this bill. I introduced this act after 3 years of bipartisan work to explore how our nation could improve cooperation among federal, state, local, and tribal governments. In the 115th Congress, then Speaker Paul Ryan, a Republican, created the Speaker's Task Force on Intergovernmental Affairs, seeking ways for the federal government to partner with and empower the various levels of government. The bill, and he named Congressman Rob Bishop as chairman of that task force. This bill implements one of the solutions that emerged from that task force, creating the Commission on Intergovernmental Relations. The CIR is a successor entity to the Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations that operated from 1959 through 1996. In fact, it was President Dwight Eisenhower who signed the ICIR into law, establishing a forum and mechanism for intergovernmental dialogue and a neutral analytical commission that published reports and guidance on how to create partnerships across the various levels of government. During its operations, the ACIR catalyzed intergovernmental improvements and prompted key legislative changes, including the enactment of the Unfunded Mandates Reform Act, creation of enterprise zones to spark investment in low-income areas, and the establishment of the metropolitan planning organizations as part of the Federal Aid Highway Act of 1962, which is a critical way we decide on transportation planning in all urban areas of America. The reconstituted CIR will be a hub for solving what one of our hearing witnesses called wicked problems, or issues so vast in scope and great in importance that they require intergovernmental and interdisciplinary approaches. This bill creates the CIR as a 31-member advisory committee in the executive branch to provide a forum for critical deliberations on issues of great intergovernmental import, and will serve to collect and share best practices for effective collaboration, provide needed technical assistance, and recommend solutions that lead to more appropriate delegations of governmental functions. The bill establishes the Commission to provide representation from all levels of government and ensures that representation on the Commission comprises political and geographic diversity, as well as to ensure representation of urban and rural areas. The bill authorizes $2.25 million per year in appropriations for the Commission. I appreciate the unwavering support and cooperation of my friend and Republican member of Congress from Utah, Rob Bishop, who's not on the subcommittee but has been a great partner throughout the process and chaired this important task force in the previous Congress. Pursuant to the Act, the Commission would submit an annual report on its findings and recommendations, both to Congress and to the President. Several improvements to the ACIR structure have been included in the Restore the Partnership Act to incorporate recommendations from various stakeholders and reflect the input received by the Speaker's task force throughout the work on this issue. The reforms include the addition of town and tribal representatives to the Commission, as well as expanded membership for state legislatures and counties to reach parity with state executive representation. In response to concerns that the work of the ACIR did not receive the attention it deserved, the legislation requests that Congress hold hearings on its annual report within 90 days of its submission to Congress. Additionally, the bill requires agencies to respond in writing to any recommendations received from the Commission on intergovernmental relations to the United States. We also address concerns from core minority members related to the appropriation level and the applicability of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. In addition, we're proud that this bipartisan legislation has received the endorsement of the so-called Big Seven, which includes the National Governors Association, the Council of State Governments, the National Conference of State Legislatures, the National League of Cities, the United States Conference of Mayors, the National Association of Counties, and the International City-County Management Association. I ask that we insert their letters of support into the hearing record at this time. Finally, the bill has already been introduced in the Senate with bipartisan leadership there as well, from Senator Lamar Alexander of Tennessee and Kristen Sinema of Arizona, our former colleague. The good government bona fides of this bill have been clear and vetted on a bipartisan basis. Again, I want to thank my partner, Representative Rob Bishop of Utah, who encouraged us to proceed in this markup, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from the great state of North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I'd like to speak on the bill.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Federalism and intergovernment relations are incredibly important to our state, local, and tribal governments across the country. For far too long, the federal government has treated state and local governments as subordinates instead of partners in governing. Federalism and intergovernment relations are not partisan topics. State, local, and tribal governments headed by Republicans and Democrats alike are affected by federal overreach. Too often, state and local governments are confronted with the rotten choice of raising taxes on their residents or cutting services residents depend on in order to cover costs to comply with federal mandates. Unfunded federal mandates strain state and local budgets and subvert the principles of American federalism. Federal agencies treat states as servants to their regulatory whims rather than partners to consult before imposing new burdensome mandates. This issue is so important that this committee had a subcommittee on intergovernmental affairs until this year. This committee also has a history of working on legislation concerning intergovernmental affairs. I've been proud to champion the Unfunded Mandates Information and Transparency Act, which is one such bill that we favorably reported and the House passed last year. However, I believe that the bill before us today is the wrong way to go about addressing the long-term trend of the federal government seizing authority that's better left to state, local, and tribal governments. H.R. 3883 creates a commission with vague responsibilities and without real authority to require executive branch agencies to change their behavior. We don't need to pay for a commission to tell us what the problem is. We know what the problem is. With that, I'd like to ask unanimous consent to enter into the record two documents, a letter from the Big Seven, a coalition of national organizations representing state and local officials, supporting this committee's passage of the Unfunded Mandates Information and Transparency Act last year. Additionally, I'd like to submit a joint op-ed from myself and Major Steve Benjamin of Columbia, South Carolina. Major Benjamin was and is the president of the United States Conference of Mayors, and we wrote together about the importance of getting UMETA signed into law. Restoring the partnership between federal, state, local, and tribal governments is too important a task to be sentenced to study by a commission. We must consider solutions that have the potential to materially affect the problem before us. Quite bluntly, Madam Chairwoman, if this committee moves a bill that's chief aim is to restore the partnership between all levels of government, we would be remiss if we don't start with the problem that Congress, and Congress alone, has imposed on our governing partners: unfunded mandates. Before asking others to serve in a commission, we should look to our own house and get it in order. Unfortunately, this bill doesn't do that. I urge all members to oppose this legislation, and I yield back.
The lady yields back. I recognize my,
Madam Chair?
who seeks recognition?
Just to clarify, because I think you were otherwise engaged, I would ask, Ms. Fox asked that the letters supporting the unfunded mandate legislation be entered into the record.
So
I would hope that the same letter by the same group supporting this bill and agreeing that it's actually useful, if not necessary, also be entered into the record.
So ordered. I thank the gentleman for raising that point. Does anyone else seek, for what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition? Pardon me? Okay, the gentleman is recognized.
One thing, I'd echo what Ms. Fox said. I think one thing the country's tired of is unfunded mandates. You know, having a 31-member team that's funded $1 million plus, it has no real teeth. It's just something that, you know, I guess it's advise and consent, but as far as actually doing anything, it just adds to the bottom line that the taxpayers are paying for. So I would join Ms. Fox in saying that this is just the type legislation, while the intent is good, really making sure it follows through, it will not do. So we'll be opposing this. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. I recognize myself to strike the last word. I thank Chairman Conley and Representative Bishop for introducing this bipartisan bill and for their years of work on this issue. The bill would restore an improved version of the Advisory Commission on Intergovernmental Relations, which operated from 1959 to 96. The Restore Partnership Act is based on years of bipartisan work to improve the federal, state, local, and tribal governments to share ideas, best practices, and research across governmental boundaries. The bill would create the Commission on Intergovernmental Relations to convene experts, provide needed technical assistance, and recommend solutions that lead to an improved approach to federalism. This measure has also been sponsored by the ranking member of the Natural Resources Committee, Rob Bishop. This is a bipartisan bill that every member of our committee should support. And does anyone else seek recognition? For what purpose does Mr. Roy seek recognition?
I thank the chairwoman. Just two things, just to speak on the bill for 1 second.
The gentleman is recognized.
I have spent a good chunk of my life working in and around federalism issues. I've worked as a lawyer for Governor Perry in Texas, where we focus a lot on issues surrounding federalism, and worked at a think tank, Texas Public Policy Foundation, heading up their federalism effort. So, I mean, I certainly applaud any effort to try to work in the direction of federalism. I would just say that for us to respect federalism, we should just stop increasing the size of government and stop increasing the size and the role of this federal government and actually respect what states do, which on a daily basis we don't do. So I will oppose this legislation. I thank the chairwoman.
Would my friend yield?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Roy. I just want to say, I regret your opposition, but I spent 14 years in local government. I helped manage one of the largest counties in the United States. And so unfunded mandates are real things to me, both from the state and the federal level. And what we need and lack is a mechanism for teeing up those kinds of issues and trying to get them addressed. And that's the intent behind this, because what we've discovered was by abolishing the old commission, there was no forum, no mechanism for states like yours and like mine to be able to tee up those issues. And that's the intent behind this. And as I said, over the 2 years of the task force, a number of Republicans on the task force, as well as Democrats, came to the conclusion that this would be useful, and that's why we're doing it. I thank my friend for yielding.
Well, and I thank my friend from Virginia for caring about this issue. Happy to talk about it further, and would love to find ways to work together to empower states and make sure that there aren't unfunded mandates and so forth. In my experience, I was the director of state and federal relations for the state of Texas. We had to engage, obviously, with Washington. I actually testified that we should abolish my job in front of the state legislature, which was a curious activity, but no one in this body will be surprised that I did that. But I think there are ways we can work together on this topic, but I just don't believe this is the right path to take.
Would the gentleman from Texas yield?
I would.
Given the fact that the gentleman had such a position, wouldn't you agree that our big problem is here in Washington, D.C., and not in trying to coerce the states and local governments into being more cooperative with the mandates that are sent down to them from Washington?
Well, I think the gentlelady from North Carolina, I would agree with that. What I would suggest that would be more effective is for us to, as a body, get together and roll our sleeves up and sit down and go over legislation and go through it and see the ways in which it is negatively impacting states, or overstepping the bounds of the 10th Amendment, or spending money we don't have, or interfering with the proper roles of state, or creating new federal laws that we don't need, or spending the, I don't know, $1.4 trillion we just spent the other day in a 22-hour ability to read a 2,300-page bill, just throwing that out there. But there are a lot of different ways we could try to address the size and scope of the federal government.
And would the gentleman agree that this commission's not going to do that, because it is our responsibility to do that? You just said, roll up our sleeves and do it. And I'd like the gentleman to know I'm going to offer an amendment shortly that I think would do exactly that, and that's say to Congress needs to be doing this and not appointing another commission. We're all familiar with commissions and how ineffective most of them are because they have to make recommendations to us. We're not on those commissions. There may be some of us on the commissions, but I agree with you. I think we need to roll up our sleeves and do this right here in the Congress of the United States and quit delegating the time and effort that's being put into it by other people.
I thank the gentlelady.
Does anyone else seek to be recognized? Yeah,
Yeah, I was waiting for you.
yeah.
Madam Chairwoman, I seek time.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have an amendment at the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Madam Chair,
For what purpose does the gentleman seek to be recognized?
Madam Chair, I reserve a point of order.
The point of order is reserved. The clerk can report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3883 offered by Ms. Fox of North Carolina.
Okay, where is it now?
It's just, I ask unanimous, just ask unanimous consent to dispense. Have all members received?
Okay, have all members received a copy of the amendment? And I ask unanimous consent that we dispense with the reading. And a point of order is reserved. And is there a debate on the amendment? The gentlelady is recognized to explain her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. My amendment would make several changes to this bill that would meaningfully advance intergovernmental relations in the United States. First, my amendment tasks the Commission on Intergovernmental Relations with improving the quality of deliberations in Congress. The Commission would do this by providing information to Congress and the public about federal mandates, ensuring that Congress creates new mandates only after informed deliberation of their effects. Second, my amendment would require the Commission to include in its annual report to Congress and the President an assessment of the effects of federal regulatory actions on state, local, and tribal governments in the private sector. This information would inform Congress and the public about the burdens these groups already face. Third, my amendment would require federal agencies to consult with state, local, and tribal governments in the private sector before issuing a new federal mandate. This will ensure that federal agencies truly see these governments as partners in solving common problems and not simply as stakeholders. Finally, my amendment would empower the Commission to obtain a retrospective analysis from federal agencies on existing regulations. In our current system, we rarely look back to gauge the efficiency, the efficacy of what we've done. We project only cost and benefits before a regulation is imposed. If a regulation isn't working, the Commission should be able to order a review, and Congress or the federal agency should modify or repeal it. Madam Chairwoman, my amendment would not make this bill perfect, but it would put some teeth into this Commission. Many of us here in Congress served in state, local, and tribal governments before being elected to the House. We owe it to these governments to get the federal government off their back so they can better serve their citizens. Madam Chairwoman, I am aware that your parliamentarian has said there are germaneness issues with this amendment, and after the possibility of others commenting on it, I intend to withdraw the amendment.
I thank the gentlelady for her work and for withdrawing the amendment. I know that members of the committee want to work with her and others to strengthen this bill in the ways you described. Does the gentleman reserve your point of order, or?
I do, Madam Chairman.
She withdrew the amendment.
I believe the gentlelady has said she wanted discussion, and then she was going to withdraw the amendment. Am I correct?
She did not.
That is correct.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is her intention.
So I do reserve the point of order.
Okay.
And
Who seeks recognition?
I seek recognition.
The gentleman is recognized.
Madam Chairman, I find it ironic that the whole focus here is to just get the federal government off our backs. That's the only problem. Well, it's not the only problem. And that's what our 2-year special task force created by Speaker Paul Ryan found. If you're in local government in the United States, the federal government isn't the only entity that imposes unfunded mandates. Your state capital does. I can tell you in my home state, we're very much focused on Richmond as much as we are here in the nation's capital. Millions, tens of millions, even hundreds of millions of dollars of unfunded mandate flow from the state capital. Funding formulas discriminate against certain kinds of counties. That is not a federal problem, it's a state problem. Most states have some form of the Dillon Rule. And most of my colleagues probably don't know what the Dillon Rule is. That's why we need a mechanism to tee up these issues. That's why the Big Seven, who, as Ms. Fox correctly shows, have endorsed her bill, have also endorsed this one. This came out of a Republican Speaker's task force, chaired by a Republican conservative from Utah, who is the co-sponsor of this bill, because he became persuaded, after studying it for 2 years, that we needed a mechanism and a forum to tee up all of these issues, including the ones that Ms. Fox correctly has identified. When I was chairman of my county, Fairfax County, I testified against unfunded mandates before this committee, chaired by my predecessor, whose picture is on that wall, Republican Tom Davis of Virginia, who understood the need for mechanisms to discuss the kinds of issues challenging us all. And it's a bit of a red herring to say, well, the commission doesn't have any teeth. Do you really want to give it teeth? The teeth flows from the recommendations of the commission and the implementation of those recommendations, not from the commission itself. So I regret the fact that my friend has decided to oppose a commission that came out of truly a bipartisan effort. And it says something, I guess, about the future of bipartisanship when that happens. But I certainly would pledge to work with the gentlelady on the issue of unfunded mandates because it's of great concern to me, too. It's not a partisan issue.
Would the gentleman yield?
Of course.
Well, let's do that before the bill goes out. Let's do everything we can to fix it instead of saying, oh, pass it, and then we'll work on it.
Reclaiming my time, I didn't make that point. In fact, I think they're two separate issues. I believe that unfunded mandates as an issue flows out of the work of the commission. It isn't embedded into the commission as the only issue, which I think my friend has characterized incorrectly. That is one issue, but it isn't only the federal government, as I said, it's also state government. And so I think we let the commission try to identify for us what the issues are that we need to address, certainly including this one. But it's hardly the only issue that would be on their agenda. With that, I yield back.
Madam Chair.
The gentleman is recognized.
Yeah, move to strike the last word. I would just say the gentleman mentioned state government. I don't think anyone on our side is suggesting that state government shouldn't do the exact same analysis Mr. Roy talked about that the federal government needs to do. I mean, I know my time at the State House, I was concerned about, in Ohio, State Department of Education and all the things they made our local school districts do. So that analysis needs to happen at state government, just like, as Mr. Roy suggested and Ms. Fox is suggesting, needs to happen at the federal government. We should just do our job. They should do their jobs in the respective state capitals. And frankly, I think the gentlelady's amendment's a good amendment. I understand that there's a germane concern, but let's do what she suggests. Let's see if we can continue to work on this and get something that works for everybody. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes herself to speak on the amendment. The amendment is not germane, and I'm prepared to rule it out of order. I would also oppose this amendment on substance. It contains many of the provisions of H.R. 50 from the last Congress, the Unfunded Mandate Information and Transparency Act, that we opposed in committee and on the floor. This amendment would require agencies to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of any existing rule if requested by the chairman or vice chairman of the commission. There would be potentially thousands of such rules, diverting unnecessary time, energy, and attention away from agencies actually fulfilling their mission. That would basically preclude new rulemaking from happening at all. The amendment is also not germane. It goes well beyond the scope of the original bill.
Madam Chairman, I withdraw the amendment.
The gentlelady withdraws the amendment, but there seems to be a lot of interest and concern, and we can continue working on it. We do have a vote on the floor, so I place this in recess, and the floor votes are underway, and I urge my colleagues to return promptly after the votes. Thank you so much.
You'll stand in recess.
We are in recess. The committee will reconvene, and we are concluding debate. There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on the adoption of the substitute amendment offered by the chairlady. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. Nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted.
I ask for a roll call on this one.
Okay, a roll call has been called, and
That was in nature substitute, okay.
Yeah, just
okay,
yes.
okay. The question now occurs on ordering the bill reported to the floor with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay.
No.
In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the chair, to the floor.
Madam Chair, we ask for a roll call on not the amendment nature substitute, but the bill.
Okay, a recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered, and pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5, the vote on this question is postponed.
Okay, we're gonna go to
Glenn, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you, man.
38, 30, sorry.
Be nice to her.
Thanks. He's just a nice guy. Now pursuant to notice, I call up H.R. 3830, the Taxpayers' Right to Know Act. The clerk will report the resolution, which was distributed in advance. Clerk reads. Does she have it?
H.R. 3830, the Taxpayers' Right to Know Act.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Copies of the amendment have already been distributed and are on the dais. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3830, offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as a base text for the purpose of amendment. I strongly support this bill, and I recognize my colleague and good friend, Mr. Cooper, from the great state of Tennessee, to strike the last word.
I thank the chair. This should be an easy bill for our committee members to accept. It's completely bipartisan. It's completely commonsensical. All it does is establish a list of federal government programs so that we know which ones are duplicative, we know which ones are wasteful, we know which ones, in fact, exist, because surprisingly, the federal government, after 250 years, has grown by leaps and bounds, and there is duplication and there is inefficiency. So I'm hopeful that my colleagues will unanimously support this bill. It's already passed the House and even the Senate a couple of times, just not in the same session. So it's very important that we get it done in this session. I would also like to assure my colleagues that this is motherhood and apple pie, and during this Christmas season, there's absolutely no fruitcake in this bill. This is all motherhood and apple pie. I thank the chair and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back, and the chair recognizes myself to strike the last word. I thank Representative Cooper, Wahlberg, and Meadows for introducing the Taxpayers' Right to Know Act. The bill will create a publicly available federal program inventory that would be regularly updated. This bill would help to identify areas of duplication in government programs and provide information on the spending and effectiveness of government programs. I support this bill, wonder why it hasn't been done before, and urge my colleagues to support it, and I yield back. Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair.
The ranking member, the distinguished ranking member is recognized.
Madam Chair, I too want to thank Mr. Cooper, Mr. Wahlberg, you, Madam Chair, and Mr. Meadows. I will forego our opening statement, simply say this is a good piece of legislation, common sense, and thank those individuals who put it together and urge the committee to adopt its passage.
Is there any other discussion on the bill? There being no further discussion, the question now occurs on adoption of the substitute amendment offered by myself, by the chairwoman. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House. And does anyone else seek recognition?
Okay, then we've got one more.
Okay. We have one more bill,
And then postals.
and then postals. Which one is it? H.R. 2575, the Artificial Intelligence Government Act by Congressman McNerney, Meadows, and Kahana. Now pursuant to the notice, I call up H.R. 2575, the Artificial Intelligence and Government Act. The clerk will report the resolution which was distributed in advance.
H.R. 2575, the AI in Government Act of 2019.
Without objection, the bill is considered read and open to amendment at any point. The chair recognizes herself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. Copies of the amendment have already been distributed and are on the dais. The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 2575, offered by Ms. Maloney of New York.
Without objection, the amendment is considered read and will serve as a base text for purposes of amendment. I thank Representatives Meadows and McNerney for introducing it. Mr. Kahana is not here, so I recognize myself to strike the last word on the amendment, and we are reaching out to Kahana, if you can try to get him here. Once again, I thank McNerney and Meadows for introducing the bill. The Artificial Intelligence in Government Act would codify the Artificial Intelligence Center of Excellence at the General Services Administration. The Center of Excellence would serve as a focal point for innovation and expertise around the use of artificial intelligence in the federal government. It would provide a framework for the adoption of artificial intelligence across federal agencies. Uniquely, this Center of Excellence would convene experts. These experts would track developments and trends related to artificial intelligence and would provide their expertise to agencies that operate programs, create standards and guidelines, or fund and coordinate projects with artificial intelligence. As required by this bill, any agencies that use or plan to use artificial intelligence would submit a memorandum demonstrating compliance with recommended uses of artificial intelligence. Finally, the bill would authorize the Office of Personnel Management to create or update occupational series to develop a skilled federal workforce in artificial intelligence. I urge my colleagues to support it. I think we're in a very competitive world economically, and we usually lead in innovation, but we are not leading in artificial intelligence. We are, in fact, behind many other countries. This is an effort that is supported by the administration and many others on both sides of the aisle, and I urge its support, and I yield back.
Madam Chair.
Who seeks recognition?
Madam Chair.
The distinguished ranking member is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Before speaking against the legislation, I first wanted to just say that I think everyone, Republicans and Democrats, are sad to hear of the news from our colleague, Mr. Meadows' announcement that he is choosing not to run for re-election. This committee will miss Mark Meadows. This Congress will, and the folks in North Carolina will. I think folks all over the country will miss his devotion to the principles that made our country the special place that it is, and the way he went about working with everyone, Republicans and Democrats in the United States Congress. And I know he's my best friend in this place, and I'm going to miss him tremendously. And we're saddened to hear that he's not going to run for re-election, but we know that he and Debbie will be serving our country in some capacity. That's just the kind of person he is. We need more people who have the attitude and the demeanor that Mr. Meadows has working in this place. And so we all regret that he has made this decision, but we wish him the best and thank him for his service. Now I'm going to oppose his legislation. But He truly is my best friend here, and he's just, as you all know, a tremendous individual. Effective governance and oversight of the government's policies and use of artificial intelligence is important, as the chairwoman has already stated. But I have concerns with this legislation. The bill mandates the creation of a new office at the General Services Administration to promote innovative uses of and acquisition of AI. The bill permanently establishes the AI Center of Excellence at the GSA. The suggested intent is that the Center of Excellence will help facilitate better cross-government coordination. If that were the case, we would simply applaud the administration for the good work it has already done, because GSA already has a program that it calls a Center of Excellence. The Center of Excellence is already engaged with agencies to provide necessary technical assistance in a more flexible manner that aligns with existing operations and leverages the proper expertise. Congress's compulsion to fix what isn't broken is a leading cause of the unnecessary cost and complexity in the federal government, and maybe even part of the reason we have a $23 trillion national debt. The proposed statutory mandate is intended to be a signal that Congress wants agencies to buy more AI solutions, not an actual reform to resolve a specific problem that may exist. As it stands now, GSA has flexibility, and they're working on this. When the government no longer needs a Center of Excellence, or when it finds that a new approach is needed, GSA has the authority to take the resources dedicated to the current Center of Excellence and use them for more beneficial and pressing purposes. For those reasons, I oppose the bill and yield back the balance of my time.
Does anyone else seek to be recognized? The gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Meadows.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I want to thank my good friend Jim, not only for his kind words, but for his true friendship. And that's these are bittersweet days, because whenever you leave one chapter in your life, there's a season for everything. You leave behind good friends, and I can say I have not only made good friends, but lasting friendships that will last a lifetime. And so I thank the gentleman for his words and for his friendship. And I'm not going to get emotional. I've cried enough privately. But as all good friends, they can always be wrong at least once. And on this particular time, I would say that the gentleman from Ohio is certainly just slightly misguided. This particular bill, I probably have studied artificial intelligence and the ability for it truly to transform our government. And while it would certainly be an investment in a new area, I know how GSA works on things, and we still have 34,000 properties that they've not disposed of, excess federal properties that they've been working on and making progress on. And candidly, that's the same number that we had when I got here 8 years ago. And so hopefully this would do a whole lot to not only put an emphasis on artificial intelligence, but I can give you, just with the IRS alone, we could save hundreds of millions of dollars if artificial intelligence was just implemented in the customer service center, where ultimately when you call in, they know exactly what you want and what you need, instead of going through 10 voicemails of saying, press 1 for this, press 2 for this. It is time that we advance. And so I respectfully disagree with my dear friend and would urge support. But to my Republican colleagues, if you end up voting with the ranking member, since he's going to be here and I'm not, I will not take it personally. I yield back.
I request a permission to just speak out of order, to just thank Mr. Meadows for his extraordinary work in Congress and on this committee. I believe we were all sad when we heard the news that you were not going to run for re-election. Mr. Cummings often said that you were his best friend in Congress. It was not which you would think would be the likely friendship, but there was a sincere friendship. And I personally think that your eulogy to Chairman Cummings was among the most moving and memorable and most beautiful. And you are very talented in many ways. I really appreciate how you always worked across the aisle trying to find common ground, as Thomas Paine said. The most important thing for a just cause is to try to find common ground, and you really worked incredibly hard to achieve that. We are going to really miss you on this committee. I think that many of the Democrats are just as sad as the Republicans to see this decision in your life, but we wish you well, and I yield back.
Madam Chair, could I be recognized?
Yes, the gentleman's.
I don't know, do I have to move to strike the last word to say something nice about somebody?
You're recognized.
Well, anyway, yet I just want to add I was not aware that Mr. Meadows had made this announcement, and I certainly hope it's nothing that I said that is causing him to go. But I would just say, at a time of deep disagreements and division in the country, Mr. Meadows shows us how you can have very strong views, very strong principles, and still act with civility and decency towards other people and really be a gentleman. So you need to work a little bit harder with your colleague, Mr. Jordan, but I'm going to be his new best friend after you go. And we're really going to test the bounds of bipartisanship. But I am sorry to see you go. I am certain that you have other things to contribute to our republic, and definitely we will miss you.
Well, I thank you both for your very kind words, and they're a real balm that help on this bittersweet day. Thank you.
Thank you. Next recognition, Rokana is speaking for McNerney on the bill, and he is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to echo your and Representative Raskin's remarks about Representative Meadows. It has really been an honor to work with him on a number of bipartisan initiatives. He's always exceedingly gracious, thoughtful, and never makes disagreements personal. I would also say to the Republican colleagues that while he may not be ranking member, he may go on to do higher and bigger things, so you may not want to vote against his bill. I appreciate his leadership on Centers for Excellence, and I have respect for the ranking member, but let me tell you why I believe it's a good bill. China is ahead of us when it comes to artificial intelligence. They are pouring billions of dollars into artificial intelligence, and it's of concern. I represent Silicon Valley. I think there's not a single person on this committee who doesn't want to see the United States lead the 21st century and lose that lead to China. And frankly, the administration in this area has done a good job with the White House Office of Innovation. They've created these centers of excellence, and they're trying to make sure that our government lead in technology. Now, we don't have the advantage that China has because we have a free market and a democracy. I mean, China just has state-owned companies. They go and they take their intellectual property from the company. We can't do that. We can't just tell Google, okay, give us all your AI, or Facebook, give us all your AI, because we actually believe in freedom in this country. So we have a higher burden than China does, and that means we really need expertise in our government on AI. And I don't view this as a partisan issue. I actually commend the work of the White House Office of Innovation in creating these centers of excellence, including the artificial intelligence one, and I'm proud to be able to support this bill and thank Representative Meadows for your leadership.
Gentleman yields back. Does anyone else seek recognition? Jackie Spears recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to join all of my colleagues in recognizing Congressman Meadows. When I think of you, Congressman, I think of authenticity and I think of goodness. And I'm often surprised by some of our colleagues in the best of times and in the worst of times. And you have always shown me that you place integrity above anything else. So it's a great loss, not just to the Republican Party, but to the country that you're leaving the House of Representatives. And if your next position is at the White House, it can only improve its operations there. So on the bill itself, Madam Chair, let me suggest to you how critical I think it is for us to move in this direction on both counts, not just in terms of the importance of utilizing AI as appropriate, but as Elon Musk has said, it is the greatest existential threat to our country. And we have to make sure there's the appropriate restrictions on how AI is used so that First Amendment rights that we hold so dear are protected. And with that, I yield back.
Does anyone else seek a recognition on this bill? Can you, Ms. Lawrence?
Yes, I want to really speak from the heart when it comes to Meadows. He was quite the challenge to me when I came on this committee, and he was the guy that I wanted to hear what he was saying because I was ready to fight. But I have found him on numerous occasions after heated debate to be able to have that conversation when the cameras aren't on. And wherever you land, and if I'm hearing rumors, it's the White House, please don't lose yourself. Don't lose that quality that you have as a human being and your compassion. I want to thank you, and please don't forget the Postal Service. You have been quite the champion. So please don't forget about my postal family. And I just wanted to echo and be in support of this amendment. And will the chair like for me to yield back to you?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yielding. Thank you for yielding.
Craig, the last word.
Thank you, Brenda.
She's yielding time to me right now. Thank you for yielding to me. And I think we could all just continue speaking about Mr. Meadows, but I do want to speak about his bill. And I think in a lot of ways it shows who he is. It's it's forward-looking, and it's what's important to our country. If you look at our economy, every time we get a little down, it's innovation that pulls us out and pushes our economy forward and pushes us forward in so many ways. And this administration has made AI and innovation an absolute prime focus of the government through their executive order in the United States, in which they said should be exercising leadership in AI. In fact, our government should be aggressively pursuing efforts to advance innovations in artificial intelligence. And I want to quote from the administration from their report on the need for AI. Americans have profited tremendously from being the early developers and international leaders in AI. However, the pace of AI innovation increases around the world. We cannot sit idly by, as Mr. Ro Khanna pointed out, and presume that our leadership is guaranteed. We must ensure that advances in AI remain fueled by American leadership and ingenuity, reflect American values, and are applied for the benefit of the American people, end quote. This is a quote from a report from the current administration. And this bill provides the framework for a focused and deliberate government-wide approach to artificial intelligence, innovation, and adoption across the federal government. I think it's a very important bill, and I can understand the ranking member's concern that we don't want to create all kinds of new government agencies. In this bill, there is a strong sunset provision. We would welcome any other language to make the sunset even stronger. But I think that what this bill does, it recognizes that we are behind in it, and we've got to catch up if we're going to be the leaders in innovation in the world, and we don't want this to be dominated by a foreign country. But I think that any way we could sunset it even stronger. But anyway, that's just my feel. I feel that I don't usually sit and propose and advocate for the administration, but I think they're absolutely right in this position, and I congratulate Ro Khanna and Meadows for bringing it to our attention in the form of a bill that is supported by the administration, I'm told. and I support it too.
Would the chair yield?
Absolutely, I yield.
Well, I would just point out, the gentleman from California has said how the administration supports development and more advancement in AI, how they've created and are working in various agencies, how they're working in the GSA, how it's positive, and yet the administration has not stated they're in support of this bill. They've not said that. So if it's happening, if it's working, we don't need to create an additional, we don't need to grow government if they're already getting the job done. We all understand we want to compete, and we understand the threat from China. But if it's happening in the administration now, why does Congress then have to go create some new layer of government? That is our concern. The goal, everyone shares the goal and the objective, and we get that. We just also are concerned about ever expanding the federal government. With that, I yield back, and I appreciate the gentlelady yielding.
Does anyone else seek recognition? Okay, we're going back to the Democratic side. Ms. Tlaib is recognized for 5 minutes, and then the gentleman.
Strike the last word. Thank you so much. I fully support this bill and commend Ranking Member Meadows for bringing it forward on our Oversight Committee. I also want to, our relationship has been pretty much of a roller coaster, but I think you can always tell a man or any human being their true intentions and so forth, their true character and how they interact with your children. And your interaction with my son, Adam, really changed my relationship with you, and he's going to miss you. And he's into drama, and he can actually impersonate your accent. I don't know if you know that. And he thinks it's so fascinating that you studied meteorology, and you actually told him that he should consider doing it within the U.S. Marine Corps. And he's been studying it and looking into it. And so I just want to thank you so much for that, and thank you so much for your incredible kindness towards him, and your continued bipartisanship. I think Chairman Cummings put us together on this bipartisan bill that we're going to get through here, and it's one of the last things he's asked us to do together. And I couldn't be any prouder of that work that we did. And you will very much be missed here, because I think it was a healthy dialogue to have some of these tough conversations in this chamber, and you know that. Very personal issues for both of us. And so I do appreciate, again, you bringing up this bill, but also appreciate your role in this committee. And, I think, if anything, you always remember your roots. So just think of the House Oversight Committee as your roots are still going to be here, and to reach out to us if you need anything. And, expect nothing less than me holding you accountable and you doing the same for me. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Lady yields back. Mr. Green is recognized. The gentleman, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and I echo all the comments about Congressman Meadows. Appreciate your advocacy, your friendship, your advice over the years, Mark, or since I've been here. But really, we would all be remiss if we didn't recognize that it's really a dynamic duo, and Debbie is a huge contributor to your success. And so I just want to say we're going to miss seeing her as well, and we're very pleased for whatever happens next for you, but sad to see you go. I am in support of this bill, Madam Chairwoman, because of the fact that it also allows our administration to do some oversight on companies and their involvement internationally. You take, for example, a company in the United States, a U.S.-based company, doing research on artificial intelligence in, say, China, and then that facilitates China's misuse of that AI to, do a human rights abuse in the western regions of China. This facilitates our government looking into that, digging into that, and compelling our companies to not be a part of something like that. So I fully support the bill for many reasons, but also wanted to bring that one up as well. I yield.
I recognize the gentleman from California.
I appreciate that, and I'd like to yield my time to Mr. Khanna.
I appreciate that. I just wanted to be brief. I have a lot of respect for the representative from Ohio, and I think going forward, as we are expanding legislation on centers of excellence, I know Representative Meadows and I have been working on that. I want to make sure that we and the White House engage your office on that, and if there are constructive suggestions you have for that, we'd be happy to incorporate them, and I hope we can move this bill forward.
The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I love Mark Meadows, too.
Well, I love you too, Clay.
I'm going to oppose this bill as well.
You're smart politically.
Well, let me just say that my office is communicated regularly with research laboratories and university laboratories across the country and in my home state of Louisiana regarding IT research in partially federally funded endeavors at the university level and the private level. And I don't know of any law that restricts those IT research endeavors from artificial intelligence research. So I love you, brother, and oppose the bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Note, moving right along, there being no further discussion on amendments to the bill, the question now occurs on adoption of the substitute amendment offered by the chairlady. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed shall signify by saying no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the amendment is in the nature of a substitute is adopted. The question now occurs on ordering the bill reported to the House with a favorable recommendation. Those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed shall signify by saying no. Okay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to be reported favorably to the House.
Yeah, we'll take a recording.
Okay. Okay. A recorded vote has been requested. A recorded vote is so ordered. And pursuant to Clause 2 of Rule 11 and Committee Rule 5, the vote on this question is postponed. Thank you. Okay, the chair, now pursuant to notice, I call up the following postal naming bills which were distributed in advance. Do I have to read all of these?
Yes.
Okay.
Just by number.
Okay,
Just by
HR 2454, 2969, 3275, 2244, 3680, 3847, 3317, 5384, 4794, 4279, 5037, 4672, 4279, 3005, 4981, 5062, 4975, 4785, 4734, 4725, 4200, 4034, and 3976. Without objection, the bills are considered as read, and I would request unanimous consent for their immediate consideration en bloc without objection. The gentlelady wishes to be recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for considering H.R. 3976, which would rename a post office in my hometown of Detroit after the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin. This is a accomplished woman. Many of you know her musical history, 18 Grammys, a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, and the first woman to be introduced into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Performances at the inaugurals of 3 presidents, including Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama, recipient of the Presidential Medal of Freedom. A natural woman singer was more than just a musical icon, and this is, in addition to those accomplishments, she was a civil rights advocate who used her platform and voice to advocate for racial equality. In 1967, she released Respect, which became a rallying call for gender and racial equality during a political moment in our history. In 1967, she toured with Harry Belafonte and Sidney Poitier to raise money for the Dr. Martin Luther King Southern Christian Leadership Conference, as the organization was in dire financial state and would soon become the Poor People's Campaign. In 1970, she offered to bail out Angela Davis, which was a prominent activist who was jailed on trumped-up charges. And in 1970, she stated, "Black people will be free. I have been locked up for disturbing the peace in Detroit. I know you got to disturb the peace when you can't get any peace. Jail is hell to be in. I'm going to see her free if there is any justice in our courts, because she is a Black woman and she wants freedom for Black people." Although people remember her as the Queen of Soul, she was in every way more than just a vocalist. And Madam Chair, I want to thank you again for considering, and I urge my colleagues to support this naming. Thank you.
The gen- There being no further discussion or amendments, the committee shall stand in recess until immediately after the last vote series, which should be around 1 to 1:30, when we shall reconvene to take these postponed votes. And with that, okay, then come after the votes. Okay.
The committee stands in recess.
The committee stands in recess. Thank you.
Witness mic check, witness mic check. Check. Committee on Oversight and Reform. Check, check. Member mic check, member mic check. Are you good?
Testing the witness mic. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2154 Rayburn. All right, bring him up. Good afternoon. Today is Thursday. This is December. This is a December microphone check. Sir? Thank you. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Microphone check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Microphone check.